if this isn't the funniest time we have had. Hold on now. For a while, or in a while. Just fixing something. Ta-ta-ta. That's also something we should try to fix. Is it already too late? So this is actually yes. Day 64 and counting. So we have had a snack. We have enjoyed the company of the cat. And it seems that there are quite a few players willing to compete. It's good to be at around 1k elo. And what else is there? You can probably tell that I'm very well prepared after the earlier Slavs. We got Georgians, and I don't think we have managed to again to what? 3, 4. Should we? Oh, the scouts, horses don't count. Legolas. Okay, so let's fetch those and then think what we want to achieve. It'll probably be around here as well. Well, this should be a very easily scoutable map then. Oh, but they don't care about my horse powers. Oh, yeah, I'm blocking our... You only have one... I was about to say we only have one scout that can do auto scouting, but it may be due to my inability to stop these. So you can't auto scout if you're moving, alright? Well, I think I learned something today. Slavs, they have some farm bonuses, right? And I'm mistaken if I claim that. I could try to scout that. Ooh, so you may be able to go to this edges or the corners. Let's see if that's the case. Even with our skills. And a dock would be nice. Although I have yet to see any fish, right? But there is this outer layer, so someone might want to hide in there. Okay, yes. So, Slavs. Faster working farmers, that's great. Boyars, yes, okay. so one might expect just go there while we are still young. Oh. And our hunt does not decay, so that's very handy. So do we want to take any sort of water presence? I don't think that is the case after all, because we don't have any fish. At least that's not visible, seems to me. And some of the landmass is also... Oh, there is fish. Alright. Where was it? There. So no shore fish, but... Okay. They are milling their deer, and that's great. But that might mean some problems for us in the future. Avoiding the 1,000 are very well done. Just as you are supposed to. Alright, what I could see happening, of course, is just scouts from them, and can we see whether they have any docks? So they found us quite fastly even. Steal that as well. And then I'm not sure whether they are just auto scouting or what's their play, but we will learn soon enough. But being Georgians is great, because now this hunt works greatly. Siege and fortification upgrades are cheaper, right? Grenadiers. Would that be a play? We have enough food. Just get to a next age. So there are people on berries. They are probably still hunting over here. Would a barracks play make sense? Why not? So now they should see that, of course, and then we could move from there to here. We could have a single militia, making things awkward for them, although I may be too optimistic here. Oh, well, they are really active, being able to see that and all. And there's the second horse. So we have been running circles for some time now. Spears would be great. So what are they doing is the question that we are mostly interested in. Of course, you would perhaps just have a very visible archer range in case they are interested in those sorts of things. You could move there, and you could build us a mill. Since I'm expecting a blacksmith and a stable, alright? Shouldn't be too surprising, I think. I don't think. Fen houses. That's all great, but alright. So we were lacking a few key things such as upgrades, but just wait for the next round. Two more militia, and I can't see any scouts moving out, at least not yet. So do they have anything out here? They have woodline there. I could see them having a few knights coming up next. And then we should probably prepare ourselves for a very ugly next phase, and the knights actually pop out. Oh. Extra visibility or vision, that's great. They only need a few knights to make this. Oh. Well, the spears are great. Too bad we don't have too many of those. But we had enough, so that's great. Okay. Of course, now the bad thing is that it's gonna take a while for us to. Sorry. But then the good thing is that they are focusing on wrong units. Partially. Okay. So what's next? Siege workshop, that's great. Delayed at least. Ooh. Almost lost that wheel. Alright, so do we have enough if we were to... Not quite, okay. So there's a Townsend over there. What's this then? Oops, sorry. A monastery. Okay. And up we go. Well, this has been... Oops, surprisingly good result so far, I would claim. Is this ours? So it seems. Sorry. But they have quite a nice eco, so a boom going on. Just scorpions, alright. And how do we want to play from here? It's gonna take a while for us to boom as well. Cavalry. Even if it's not as good as theirs. Still have fish. We do, okay. Right. So we saw knights. And then we don't have enough food to actually build town centers anymore because we have been prioritizing different things. And perhaps we could have our own share of some beautiful cavalry in any case. It's not very good, but that's gonna have to do. Towns end up there. Usually be the new coal miners. Soon enough. And then we would fancy a castle, but I don't think we have enough of such as of yet. But soon we should have. So you go there. Since they have been booming, does that mean that... Okay, let's go there. It's just contest for this. Or is it too much? Let's see if they have any units. Oh, they do have some units. Okay, so back there we go. Let's forget about this and build our castle there instead. Now we know. Perhaps you would take that farm instead of those. So they are just enjoying life as it happens, I think. And I presume that's quite alright. And if they are out booming us, then that means that we should probably work our way to the next age as rapidly as possible too. Hello, hello. Iron Bagola or something. That's great. Okay. Ugh. Slavs, monks. Is that the play now? Alright. And then we could move there. Some upgrades would be great. So how do we contest that? Actually, you could go there. Hello. Boyar. Da, 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 da. They should be aiming for the next age, I think, about now. What's keeping us from getting there? The imbalance. Oh yes, we have grenadiers. Right. Well, it's surprisingly even. This is weird. Okay, let's take some stone from there, why not? Fortifications regenerate. That would be great. Well, we still have some hunt left. Great. Could we have a university? Just in case it would be needed. More castles. That's gonna make this a little awkward, this town center of ours. Alright. Devotion would be great. Few monks would be nice. So what's keeping us from getting to the Imperial Age? If not for the lack of trying. Did they not know that we have a castle here? Perhaps they didn't. Alright. So extra range would be great. Oh, but this regenerating things. That's nice. So let's have that and a sip of coffee. And a relic. What? It's just adding more castles, it seems. Few rams would be great. Extra fortifications. Why not? Is this enough? Let's see. Oh yeah. At least it's very good. More castles coming up. And going down. And they're just expanding. What about their units? Do they have a firm control of those? Let's see. $1,500 people collecting stone. Oh well. We may have been a little late with that. But it was a nice attempt in any case. You could be a farmer as well. And they're just adding castles everywhere. Okay, let's just Save these for a while. 150 gold. Where do we get that sort of money? From there, right. We only have 60 villagers and that's quite not enough. Well, chemistry would be nice. Do we have chemistry? We do. 300, 200. Perhaps if we save enough resources for a while. We could move here as well. But we, of course, can't really see ourselves saving for long. Alright, let's do this next. Well, this is very handy, this regenerating things. So chemistry is on the way, and then they still haven't imped even though they should. And we shall soon have. Let's use this. Few more horses. Hello. Oh, could you shoot? Then, okay, that's handy. Few more horses would be great. So the boyars are here now, okay? The castles, these castles at least, are soon going to be out in the picture, and we could have a few extra units. And let's move here next. Oh. Some of these could be helping over here. That would be great. And then let's convert a few more. If possible, that would be handy. If we could do just that. We don't mind losing a few of these, really. Just kill that first. Then we could carry on with that. Architecture would be great. No, we lost the cannon, that's not great. That's alright. Let's just have a few more monks, perhaps, if possible. Yes, things are looking a little grim right now. So they have built their superior composition now. We could have had that, but I don't know if we still have time for such. then we will need additional towels on this, if possible. The cannon is going to take forever, and that's exactly the kind of time we don't really have. So they returned back home to have another regroup session, it seems. While we are here doing our ordinary things. So, where are they now? Besides just enjoying life as it's supposed to be enjoyed. Elites the Planzer. We have a few. Well, that's great. And then we could carry on. Killing spree, yes, let's get rid of that, and then you could be there, why not? And they are probably, oops, just adding more. No, it was a close call. Could have ended, or could have gone either way. Alright, Grenadiers, all those sorts of beautiful things that we fancy to have around. So they are just playing or taking us, treating us as fools, but that's alright. Do we still have? No, we don't. Perhaps we could have a few barracks if they are not too close. Could be that they are, but a few people might go there, and then we could see whether they have more units of various sorts in various places. Extra range, that's great. If a group, yes, because our micro is not what it's supposed to be at this level, of course. We have fire lancers. They would be nice. I wonder if we still have time to actually make something happen, because there is a non-zero chance that we don't have much time left. And you could get rid of those. You could come over here. No, because why not? No. Oh, because we don't have all the... Oh, well, that was unfortunate. But it's also alright. We will get there eventually. Oh, but we were supposed to upgrade fire lancers. Elite fire lancers. Would that not be great? Right. 650. What's wrong with our farmers? There could be very many things wrong, but let's try again and see how it goes. And then they are probably building up a mass of 250,000 units, but eventually So are we. And they don't cost. What? This is the greatest news if there ever were news. Oops. You would go there. Oh, sorry. My bad. Let's just move there. Nope. Why would we? Okay. And then we could try to get rid of that and just push them very slowly. Being this very great unit that we are. No. Nope. Oh, nice try. We did try everything correctly, so that's good. We also lost the university. I'm not sure if there's anything left that we might want to have, but let's just see about that. Dun. But we will need more houses in any case. We could move here and get rid of this. Right, and then carry on like this. They are supposed to hit our well, we could still perhaps kill some of these, I think. Now that we have the perfect combination, or yes, combination is the word. Leave these on defense. No, don't go there. Right. We could get rid of this, perhaps. And some of you could come in handy over here, why not? Extra vision would be great. Right, okay. We should be struggling a bit. Well, I think we are making it in the end. We have a quite nice looking army in this stage currently. Still standing, barely, but we would want to hit some of these. Oh, they are even using the what was stand group. Stand ground tactic. Being as clever as they are, okay? Some more of these would be nice, and we are sort of running out of. Could you help your dear friends? Well done. Okay. Nope. Well, that was a misplay. If I ever saw any. So they are slowly creeping on that side, but does it really matter? Ugh. That's just terrible, this stand ground thing. Hussar now. Do we still have a market? No, we don't. Could you build us a market? Then would come in handy later on. Ugh. And then we could have pikes if only we had some gold. So let's... Right. Alright. Then we will need some extra units. Let's go take a look over there. Few monks, just in case. Oh, 600 gold. Oh, they still have some gold left. That's good for you. I'm happy for your successes. Right. Well, the monks are not really that great, of course, against Hussar spam, but no, let's just stay about there, if we may. No. This would also be nice. Dun 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 dun. Oh, fighting against Halberdia, I think is going to be a little tricky, but again, what do I know? You go there as well. Please, you might also help out a bit over here. Oh, this is fun. Just go get rid of these people. Ooh, I'll also kill that one if you may. Would be nice. They're finally raiding us. I think that's something that they could have done a while ago. But well. It just shows how desperate they now are. The cannon is still doing the work. Is it enough? Not quite enough. It was a very nice attempt still. You could come here. Get rid of these people. Back to work, everyone. Oops, sorry. My bad, my bad. Some misclicks perhaps here and there. Well done. Have they fixed the castle? Let's see. Oh, score lead. They are fixing it or repairing it, as we call it. That would be the correct term. We don't have too many resources to sell even these days. Even a monk? Or have they not had quite nice resources then? And then what we need is, of course, some siege weapons. There you go. And you could come over here. And then up, you like that. Having a few cannons would be great. 200. And the market is so S. Okay. Da 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 da. Then we could continue over there. And could we have another one soon as well? Well, I didn't protect this cannon as well as I hoped I would. But that's alright, we will have new ones. Let's just, oh, but no, not you. Because we still could produce. And GG. Well played. Phase A was a fun one. I think. Oof, well, this is nice. Yay. Carry on like that. Looking forward. Needing you again in the future. Take care. So I think they toyed with us a bit. We could have taken this wood line, it would have made sense. And then in the end, because we raided more than they... That's 3 games? That game. Good night. That to me sounds very suspicious, but perhaps they just got their got to play their style or something. Legolas. Given the amount of spam that they were able to do, 125 villagers and all, it's just well. To me, the approach of theirs was so passive that it felt like someone who knows how to play the game very well, but then proving the herdables like this and all. Well, let's see. Perhaps they are making mistakes. Well, so the single most suspicious arousing factor from my point of view was when they were pushing us with the siege ram and boyar combination, and then just left the rams there and returned back home with the boyars to do absolutely nothing. With fighting with villagers, running to the town center, being very clever. And the fact that they just boomed, they know how the map is. Thanks to the auto scouting and what have you. Perhaps this was a bit of a weird thing, losing the knights. But even then they have a couple of more villages, only a couple of more. About defending with absolute minimum, having just a few scorpions, which is a very greedy approach. Of course the correct one in a situation like this, but and soon they should have 120 or something villagers Whereas we are more or less idling our eco now. Just enjoying life they are. Trying to win the game with Scorpions. If he had sent these here, we could have dropped the castle there. So it was just a ill choice to send the few cavalry units that we had on the other way, because then they would not have had access to stone easily, at least. Yeah, I think they should be thinking of imping here. But because they are in such a nice position, why not just build Boyar? And just the bare minimum that they need. But this great unique tech, this fortified bastions, since we are able to heal or repair faster than the downhill castle is hurting us. So they are preventing us from taking more stone, and we are not really contesting this side. But yeah, just building up this huge number of boyars, even while they are losing units. We could have a few more monks to help here. That wouldn't be the most terrible thing to have. To me, the army control, the way they just regroup their units, and I'm just patiently waiting for the upgrades to come in. It's just a very nasty moment for us. So they are building more castles and expanding, and they have 30 boyars, and soon they will just go back home for no reason whatsoever. Whereas if they stayed, if they just stayed here, the game would be GG very fast. So either they are very inexperienced leaving these rams here, or they just wanted to toy with us. And I think that was the latter, since they don't have too much food and gold, of course, because they're constantly producing, but they are not pushing with the castles right now, even though they could and should. I don't think there's any reason for them to panic at any given moment. Either that, or they are misreading the situation. For some reason we would be more powerful than we actually are. Selling wood for gold, and then doing this gold mining upgrade, even though they only have... well, it's still something. It's very weird. But I'm happy that we had some... now we're still recovering faster. Yes, we are! What a great tech. And they are down to 100 villagers. They are still floating resources, but we'll see from their APM whether they are masterclass players or not, but they have been just idling these boyas, 71 of them already there. They are not even using all of those. So currently they have a very nice lead when it comes to HP, but we have mostly units that are very good against theirs. And thanks to this monastery tech, we are able to convert some of their units and thus retrieve some HP. So it was actually a very good fight for us. If all of their forces were there, I thought this was just the new additions units they had produced during that time, but they perhaps made a calculation error there. So they have 66 villagers left. They have 8,000 food, so they should be just queuing more hussar now. Oh, even missing that shot. Oh, the cannons. Well, we get some hits here and there. Could be also that because they are using the stand ground technique. Stand ground patrol. That's also a very advanced technique in my view. I don't think that anyone who's playing 900 or something ELO could actually control the army like that, even if it was just a single unit. But what do I know? And here we are losing yet again some units. Would also make sense to repair some of these cannons that we still do possess. We probably have some units here just waiting for the death to occur. So now they have 40s or something hussar in the queue, adding more stables. 60 more villagers also in the queue. Alright. Did they make a single scorpion after this? I can't remember seeing any. Could be that it's the it's because we had this hussar visible. Oh, they even teched the pikemen. But do they have a single? Well, they have a single barracks, but they have just some 20 stables. Perhaps they have played their share of deathmatch, but this feels to me like it's late game spam festive something, or if anything. But this is also a little bit surprising. How did they lose their? Oh, it's the castles and town centers, alright. Because now I thought we would be in some deep trouble, but perhaps they are down to 60 villagers now. We don't have much more than that, but we still have a few more than that. And they are not queuing any more villagers now. Falling wood, but now we are quite even. As the score also said the castles still protect them nicely, but we are still feeding some hussar. 28 villagers. So what do? They sell the wood buy food, give up. They don't. Okay. Peak value was 133. So 2 actions per second. I'm happy that we had elite fire lances and we were given time to take to that. But yeah, feels a little silly playing a game like this. Especially since they were very fast. So did we have any knowledge of Legolas, the champion from United States? Is this a different Legolas then? This is Legolas with a big L, whom has 1600 elo. And then we have Legolas. Oh, but we could try to just look through our own profile. So we faced Legolas from Turkey. Who lost on Glade, playing Aztecs, and won playing Malians. Also lost playing Lithuanians against Fat Tony. Well, the games have lasted some hours or so, so perhaps they are just really good boomers and fast players, but make some mistakes like being too friendly. I can relate to that, being a very friendly person myself. Play again. Oh no. Okay. Then what? Well, let's see if they can be seen again. Good old Arabia. But alright, that was the weirdest game. Could be that they made a promise to their stream that they will only use Boyar and they will let the why and they will let the opponent build a mass before they engage or something. So Jim Rat is probably all powerful, but their computer may not be of the same caliber. And there you go. And there you go, and just like that. Have fun, good luck. Yay! Franks. We have seen them play scouts, of course, and then let's just have a very fast boar. And then throwing axemen is actually a viable play these days, it seems. Wasn't always like that. But times do have changed.
遵命，行。好。合同命令，粮草征收人。喂，建筑工，准备就绪。行。什么？
That was near perfection. Unlike this lumber camp, which was let's do something real quick, sort of an approach. Alright, we are not pushing our deer, so let's find whether they are having fun with theirs. This is probably not the worst, but it's one of the worst ones. This lumber camp. But if we are fast enough, they will never know that we made such a rookie mistake. Just must hurry. And cavalry. From 1 free villager per extra eco upgrade. That's great. Just have to make use of that somehow. This is not great, not the worst. You would go there, and we will just somehow balance this out. Actually, let's go there. And how are we doing with our scouting? Those are just horses. We are not too interested in those. Right. Yeah, that's their main code. We could have realized that some while ago. Right. Perhaps you could go there even though you are a little hurt. We don't mind. So there are no deer under the town center, at least. Not that we can. Be certain of that. And what do we do? One more villager and based on the score, they are pushing their deer, but how come I see no important looking buildings? Still alive and kicking. Right. Little late with the up click. Ooh, a hidden barracks, it seems. Or they don't know how to read the houses are weird. They do have loom, so they know the game. Alright, so Jim Rat from Colombia. That might mean 500 games. Cool. So let's have a few militia just to get this thing starting. Actually, we are expecting them to show up with scouts, but Perhaps it's not too bad. Oh, that was very lucky. So let's try to avoid those if possible. There's a lake. Two spears just in case. Some upgrades would be nice. We have no one on gold, but that's gonna change now. Let's make it look like we are. Actually, you go there. It's very good. You go there, and dun, 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 dun. At least we don't need to upgrade those then. Alright, so do we have a stable somewhere? Ooh, so they have a new scout, alright. So let's add just an extra one. Hidden archer range. And once we are done with this, move there, alright. Once you're done there, you can move there. Yes. Alright. Not sure of our plan, but let's have a look at their whereabouts. Two archers would be great. One spear, why not? And we could refresh the mining camp. Alright, let's do this. And you go there and then you go there. And right. So the scouts are here. Alright, so they're coming to the berries now. Remove these here just a bit. Sorry, my bad. We'll be really active with those scouts, that's nice. Making so some mistakes here and there. You get rid of those, you kill those. Killing one villager would be fine. Alright. 3 more spears and then up we go. You could have used these, but I sort of forgot about those, as you may have noticed. And then I think we'll just take the archer and the spear and then the additional archers and off we go. Oh, the house is almost dead, that's great. Oof. That's nice. Okay, so that is now over and done with. Let's move you over here instead. And then Oh, hello. So how do we do? Actually, let's build this with a few more villagers. Be a farmer as well. You two, we coal miners then, right? Now we nowhere near clicking up. Based on the score, we are not in the most terrible place, but it's possible that they are. Ooh, double tower. All right. That's weird. Well, we lost to fletching. That's also very alright. So let's just... Okay, so who are we again? We are Wei, a cavalry civilization, so could we just... Oh. Enjoy the life. Playing with archers then. Oh, so they have some archers of their own. And we are still lacking some upgrades, which would be nice. Okay. Actually, let's... Okay, there you go. You could move over here. Sorry. Let's take some stone for example. This is weird. Alright. So where do we have any extra stone? If sorry, gold. This is the main gold, that's alright. We could do the classical move. Now we need gold. There. That's great. Let's just send that 1,000 over there. Let's just keep on farming. Because why not? Then we need university, of course, and after that a few houses and perhaps a secure town over there. Why not? Alright. Farm would be great. And then how do we surprise our opponents now? Faster building general would be nice. One scorpion is not enough. Well, I doubt that that is the case. Feudal Age archers are not too dangerous. But the fact that... Oh, we are also lacking some serious upgrades. Perhaps 2 scorpions and then we will hit them. Losing a meal, that's not too bad. This would be nice. 100 wood. Right, then we have enough stone for a castle, so should we just build it here? Let's try. I've been microing and all. Almost. Right, so can they see that we are on the go already? No. But there are some risks that are attached to that decision of ours, since we took this route. But what's this life if not for taking some chances every now and then? So ballistics, 300 wood. So the towers see that right away. Oh, knights? That's neat. But do we care about those? Right, and then soldiers passively produce food. That's great. Okay, and then back to work. Sorry everyone, my bad. Some unemployed ones we have still. So their archers have gone missing. I don't know if they noticed that. Castle they did not. Alright. GG. Well, it was a fun approach, this horde of archers. Oh, so that's where they... Well, we almost saw this, so we almost ran into their knights when we went forward to build the castle. Huh. And they thought they had... Oh, we have not clicked on the tree, I reckon. They thought they had us in a pinch, but for once that was not quite the case. Yeah, we could have scouted this. Especially since we had this scout alive. But yeah, they must not have had too many villagers alive. Civilians, I mean. Well, this is fun. Even though we had a very slow approach, we still had... Well, it was fast enough. And it was... perhaps even enough for them to enjoy as well. So we did have fun and we did have good luck as well. They used the old style of killing the boar. I don't think they pushed any deer. Rang the bell when situation got hectic. And here I'm not quite sure why the barracks is there, since they had studied the map a bit. And just like is the fun very often is that you run to the town center and then that's that. So we got 2 villager kills. Could have perhaps continued with the pressure. We could have perhaps tried to find a few kills of our own. And this is a really nice start, I think. Getting this many hits, 1 kill already. And this one horse is separated from the other group. And then they're just trying to enjoy life here. And we still, well, almost got a kill. This was unfortunate. And we still could have gotten 1-2 kills perhaps. This felt more like 1k elo. And not everything is happening perfectly all the time. And we got nice shots there as well. So now the horses are more or less dead already, even though we have lost a villager too. So we had some idle time, idle TC time as well, but our worker efficiency is still better than theirs. Alright, and then they are going to die very soon. And this is the clever move there. Delaying their castle age. I should have noticed that they don't have an archer range back home. And also that they are not really producing. So, triple archer range. Ho ho. I could have also scouted whether they had any weak villagers anywhere. But well, something to improve upon. Because at least now we had some military numbers. Which was great. Running straight to their archers now. But yeah, that also meant they could have, without this investment, they could have clicked up already. Now we had a plenty of wood ourselves. We have collected 50% more almost than they. And now we are giving them a chance to delay our siege workshop. And now they are perhaps respecting that a bit. I should be following so that we would not lose these archers like that, but it was a nice attempt. Buying stone because they had the... Oh, and yeah, right, so they had the villager there, but now it's... The villager is pushed away, so they bought more stone for a tower. And now changing to this killer move. Would have made sense to get rid of the blacksmith. Alright. So they should be adding more Townsenders and what have yous, but instead of doing that, they are wasting some HP on the archers, which could have been crossbows. But these being a rock paper scissor game. Here we almost ran with our villagers. If we had taken that path, they would have died. But instead we had a very clever round trip. And this is a nice castle position. But again, had those knights been around, we would not have even those archers. We were just really lucky that we went. We chose the paths between those. So I was expecting the archers to round out here, to go down there, and I didn't know that they had forward over there. And now the castle has already gotten 8 kills, so it may have taken them a while to realize. But with the army that they had, they should have been able to prevent that. Like, had they just been a little bit more active. Right, because when we are... Let's jump back a bit before we have the... Right, so here we are planning on building the castle, and we cleverly chose to go from here, but I also thought that we might go from... Okay, so the first knights are just about to pop up. Even this, if the villager had spent slightly more time here, and if they had watched or looked around here, they would have noticed that something's awry, because now the knights are coming, and if we had 10 villagers running when 6 knights arrived, then that would not have bode very well. But these knights, they had sort of old information, and let's attack the gold. Well, that was vacant, and the wood line, well, there was nothing there. And then after running through the farms and seeing the garrison, they chose to move to the darkness, where there was another town center. So we both had very limited knowledge. I should have used the scouts to check the paths before sending the villagers. I had the tools, just like they could have sent or spread just a few archers, especially now that they were changing or switching from the archers to cavalry. It would have made sense to use them as outposts to get some intel. But yeah, this time we were slightly faster as well. And that was fun. I think since they have played some, it might make sense to open archers on when playing Franks. Since people are always expecting scouts, so what have they done? They've been playing Franks on Arabia, it seems. So perhaps that's what they are enjoying quite much then. I didn't even realize to check the map pool. And yet again we get to play Sicilians. And mega random with Gazillion hen, it seems. Let's take this. Actually, let's take this. Okay. And Sorvestovo. There are some ugly looking hills, it seems. In Romans, was it? Market to play tribute, yes. So scorpions and and then what? Ah! Well, that makes sense, okay. Let's try again. There's a There are 2 boars. Okay, let's go. We are needed. Some wood lines are very sparse, as is sometimes the case. Okay, let's just hope that they run into each other a bit. Well, almost. We could have almost saved her. But in the end it was impossible. So after this we will feast with the boars. Perhaps you could try to find whether we have... There's some hunt over there, alright. And then there's something, but what? Darkness. So they are over there. Let's see if they have walled their map already or what. Sheep even, okay. Or cows. Heh. So we could mill these Sicilians, and we could open archers or something. Let's just add the second building and be done with that. Then it might be possible to have something clever like 16 pop up. This is not very revealing line of sight wise, but we are being really sneaky, so when that's the case, then this is how it's done. Oh, sorry. So there's a chance that we might not be able to get as good a result as I was hoping for a bit, but hoping for a bit. But that's not far off. Okay. So 15 pop up, 2 houses and a little bit more gold. And then after this we could move there, no. This is the worst. But these trees are really nice looking, so that's what we are going to have to make do with. Then we could try to have some sort of aggressive opening. Even if the Romans are capable of doing that themselves too. Well, that's not really a very good thing. Right? So a few more people could go there. Could also build dungeon, but do we expect them to make a move? I think the case might be that they are not going to move against us. Now this should alarm them that we are very capable and we have plans, but let's see if they do. first thing that we need to do is we need to trust our own skills. Okay, so they're trying to wall, but this is a very ugly map for that, I think. So barracks of their own. Alright. Taking the hunt, that's good. Oh, well. So what do we do after this? We will build a mill over here. There's one deer. Let's still do it. Then this early aggression of ours is not really happening because we are doing other things, such as enjoying life. But well, so they have militia incoming. Right, so let's keep an eye on that. One militia. Let's try to hit there. Hunt if possible. So then you go there. You go there. Actually, you could help over here. Yes. We are doing all things as well as possible, even though we don't really have too many resources for anything. So one might wonder whether we actually had too many benefits from, or advantages from this early feudal. We did. We're still here. Alright, so a blacksmith can be seen in the distance, and do they have their walls up already? They even killed a boar over there. Alright. So how many people do they have on gold? 1500. That's very ambitious. Alright. And what are we doing over here then? Stone? Alright. So they did know this stuff happening now. They are not fighting back. So you go there. You shall become farmers soon enough. Let's just do a certain... Oh, sorry. Where's the villager? A certain upgrade we need to do, yes. Oh no, Castle Age. My arch enemy. So then, a few farms would be great, and we might want to have a few archers more if possible. Run! Nice try. So they will be adding skirms, right? So actually, would it still be suitable play? Alright. We could hide you over there. Although you two could perhaps be farmers still. And you could be a farmer. And then once you're done with that, you could move over here. Okay. So a castle drop could be expected, I think. They are very alert, it seems. But where would that castle be dropped then? Here? That would make sense. But then we could build a preemptive. Do we have enough if it just do this? Right, good. We could build a donjon if need be. Need bees. And then we could try to take a look at their whereabouts. Just very casually. They could have a defensive castle as well. Could be somewhere here. Da 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 da. Right. They just started building that. Oops. Well, some misclicks here and there. So they have a castle under construction. And we need to not continue with our... Sicilians. Well, we get quite good cavalry, so let's just switch to that. There's no shame in playing the game cleverly. We don't have too many people on wood, but the most important thing, of course, is that they did not build a forward castle, even if that would have been a possibility of theirs. So are they booming? Possible. Few knights and 2000ers. What else are they up to? Hey. Right, thank you all. Ooh, Canturions. Can be seen in the distance. Well, luckily they just missed these. So let's leave those be. And just focus on getting additional Townsender here. Okay, and then we will go there. See what happens. Then we will want to have a monastery. It would be great. And right, so town bell can be heard in the distance. So we both have a very similar approach then. So you go there and here you go. But you don't. Few monks would be great. And then we also have... Ah, actually let's not go there, let's go here instead. And this would be nice, 150, we can do this. Everyone together. Oops. Oh, that's alright. This would also be very alright. 150. Right? And... so we don't quite have the armor that we might want to have, but it's alright. No one's dying over here, so let's just go there. Da 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 da. Dun 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 dun. Alright, so perhaps some weaker cavalry units as well. Alright. And we could have this. That is perhaps pushing it a bit, but let's try. And you could also study the corners. Oh. Oh yes. Okay. Then few people without work. We can work with that. And perhaps a few more farmers would be great. Okay. And a mangonel, why not? And a few more farmers. Would also be great. Town watch, why not? Oh, I think this is looking quite promising currently. Of course, unless they make it to the next age anytime soon. Which could still affect things a bit. Right? Okay, let's move out a bit. Can't really build castles very easily. Let's just take this first and then think for the circumstances after that. Well, that would be a nice upgrade to have. 125. Right. And then you could go there. Then I think we could try to push them over here. Let's take this instead. Alright, extra range. So that stable is not going to work very well, I don't think. Nice amount of stone they have over here. Could we take it somehow? Like this. Oh, sorry. Well, that was terrible. Should have studied the map and whereabouts a bit better, but... Well... Perhaps we can't make everything happen then. Alright, and then you... Away you go, and that's also a very risky play, that's alright. Okay. So this they have not seen necessarily, okay. And then we are slowly closing in. Okay, can help a bit over here, and you as well. And you could strike over here. Oh, this is gonna be really terrible for them, I think. Since we have some upgrades, well, they are not exactly powerless themselves, but... Alright, and then up we go. And a few rams. That's gonna take a while. Now we have a cat ready to have some adventures of his own. But the score is very even, so how is that possible? Perhaps it is because they have also had their share of... Oh, university, yes. Success stories so far. Alright, and we could try to get rid of these first. Murder holes, ballistics, yes. So we are evenly killing many of these, but not... most of them very well. Okay, well, let's give up on that. And hope for a next session to help us soon enough. Well, that can't really work, no matter how ambitious they are. But the armor is good. Oh! Well, I should have perhaps paid a little bit more attention over there, but it's alright. Some better units would do a great favor for us. And then you could have this. Right, back to work everyone, because we are going to need a new castle soon enough. And you could do some repairing, because why not? Architecture would be nice, just to save us some hassle. Right, then we needed this. Cavalry at 300. Okay, coming up next. This is still alive, alright, so let's just do this again. And see what happens. They're doing a really nice job trying to keep this. Oh, well, that was terrible. But still also alright for us. What about this castle? Going strong, that's good. Alright. So we may be, oops, losing some units over here, but castle is almost down as well, so that's good. Alright, so let's do some upgrades over here. Nightline, extra armor, that would be nice, but it costs something. We are not really very rich currently. It seems. Yeah, actually lacking quite a few units if I'm being a little bit more honest. Alright, so time to have chemistry. 200 gold. Right, so you repair some. And then, ooh, well. Okay, you get rid of that. You guys, okay, so you guy, come here. Right. Now we should have perhaps repaired this a bit as well, but that's alright, it happens. As we all know. And you go there and hit their eco while it's still... Oops. Well, terrible things are happening. The distances are too long and everything's scrambling. Oops, there you go. So we need hand cannoneer. I don't know if there's anything else that's keeping us from succeeding now, but chemistry. No, we don't get hand cannoneer because we are Sicilians, that's alright. You just keep on doing that. You could build us some more houses, perhaps. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. After a perfect start, we are having some difficulties. Let's get rid of these first. We could have surgeons. They are not too bad. We could have the... So let's try this. Okay, so change of plan. Then we could might want to have a castle of our own here on the safe side, and then just surgeons. Sure. Great. Why not? They can't have too many villages either. And then archery range would be great. Okay. Too bad we only have this one castle to produce from. Really, but it's alright. And they're slowly moving from there. And I think that's looking quite promising for us again. So long we can just hold. Move there, then you could build us this. Oops. Alright, and what else do we need? Well, some skirms perhaps, but we could upgrade them here and then get some armor later on. Alright. 300 food. Right, back to work, everyone. So we did have a monk, but we have lost that. Okay, so just here you go. And we should perhaps move over here. Like there, for example, we could have some surgeons from here. So let's see, are they moving back here themselves too, or what's the plan now? Oh, we didn't have crop rotation, right? Let's get rid of that. Right, back to work, everyone, very good. And then in you go, just forward. Oops. Some more houses would be great. Alright. So then, few scans would be great, and in we go. Just move there. Alright, and all of a sudden we are having a very nice game again. Although it might be a little early to say that. First crusade, that's great. Extra HP, that would also be very nice. Perhaps we could now switch to some archers of our own. Back to work, sorry, back to work. Sorry about that. 75 villages and counting. Let's move over here. Few scorpions would be great. few rams as well. And let's see if they're using the stone that we left here. And it seems that that's not the case. Oh, hello, hello, hello. So what plans do we have here? Hello? Alright. Well, this is very nice. 70... let's take this gold. Then we have some units that are a little bit trapped here. That's not ideal. Where is this? Okay, that's very good. Move them here. And then you could be a farmer as well. You could move there once you're done. Oh, could you shoot there? It would be nice. So obelisks are not the greatest, but they are not the worst. Not the worst. Alright, so let's just carry on. And then you could build us a town center, why not? In you go, and do it fast. Oh, we have some units, that's great. Well, they might have devotion, it seems. Just great. Okay, let's get rid of these. And how are we doing over here? Just fine. Okay. So in we go. Some more obelisks would be great. Oh, sorry, back to work. And then I should be using the resources that we have. Right, so in we go. Right, so just keep on repairing. And then the push is still continuing over here. Oh, it's not, because there is a castle. That's terrible. Terrible news, if I ever saw any. Sorry. Right, and then we may have lost a single castle, but the dream still lives. We could help a bit over here. Right. Then do we have a market? We may not have a market. It's possible that we don't. Extra range would be great. Just any units to help over here. Army control is not the greatest because we are sort of losing units now. We might want to have near our homes and hearts. Perhaps if we just mass this number of arbalists, it would be something. Alright, and then we could buy some stone. Move over here. Where was it? This stone is perhaps already taken back, but let's see if that's the case. Actually, oh, sorry. Let's just destroy these, if possible, as well. It's starting to look a little grim all of a sudden. Alright, so in we go. Oh well, actually no. Still have some units left. And we could also move over here. Take this wood line, for example. We are doing a tremendous job over here. These could be here. Still pushing there. Alright, let's get rid of these and then go somewhere like there. Why not? Then we could have a few obelisks over there as well. And you could be a farmer. You as well. Do we need houses, perhaps? What happened to those? Nope. Let's just have a move. So are they on that corner as well? That's the question. That's possible. Oh, our gather point is not very good. Go. Very good. I could still produce quite a few obelisks at least if we wanted to. And they are not rather nice, so why not? Some rams. Some what's nuts. Dungeon there. Oops, well, we should have used these slightly better than we did, but it's a start. So nothing much to worry about. We can't win them all. But it's just there. Yeah, we are trying to build some stuff, and how do they react to that? They don't let us. That's not very nice. Okay, back to work. And I still have some people doing the work over here. It's just a few people. So they have another trebuchet hitting us from the distance. Oops. Alright, then you could repair that a bit perhaps. And then could we have some more stuff? Hello. Did they take our farms? I don't think they did. Perhaps they should have. House. Okay, so let's just get rid of those. Ugh. Oh, sorry. So we have no one left on gold, right? And the rams all went down. That's not very good. That's actually exactly what we did not want to happen. So let's build another one of these. So I hope that we are still in the game, because or the way I hope that this is that we have enough. That we don't have more points because we have lost so much eco-wise. So many castles and what have yous. Okay, so they are moving there this time. But we don't really need this dungeon, I don't think. Perhaps we could be using our own. Hold on a second. Do we have... Where is the stable? Right. Good. Since of course we were supposed to have stables. Right, in you go. Some more surgeons, and let's carry on. We could also destroy their things, because why not? That seems to be all rage these days. And then some units of various sorts. Oh, hello! taking my wood, are you? And we also were just in time to get the... Let's move there instead. Alright, so we could take care of this castle, perhaps. You could now go there and get rid of that. You could build us a farm, because why not? Aha! Well, 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 well. This feels like progress now. Finally. Sadly, they still have some units left themselves, but... So they don't have murder holes, alright. Well, okay. Seems like we may have cracked it finally. But that took a while, and I don't know if that creepy game style of ours was really a very nice thing. GG. Was a tough one. Thank you for your time. Well played. You too. Well, little bad running away the way I did. Legionary. Legionary. I think in general we had better eco, but we were losing units left and right, and that also affected the score, right? That's my feeling, at least, of the way the game went down. Well, we had some more villagers at least. Yeah, and it seems that they have not been replenishing. The villagers lost, and then it was just down to this Roman eco being very efficient to begin with. Let's see. This was a very poor wood line. Every other corner was great, so this was also a map win in that sense, because had I scouted these proper wood lines, we would have moved out sooner. That's for sure. And then I think the end was, for them, the game ended when we found the wood line over here. So there must have been 20 or so villagers. But it's curious to see how they have been handling their eco. Is this auto scout now that it's so systematic? I think that's how it might work if I were an auto scout. So early rush, we are already a couple of minutes of idle TC time, and we were a handful of villagers behind. Now they also had their own share thanks to the town bell of idle TC. So it was actually quite important that we had this very simple rush, but still we also lost someone to a boar. Stealing our cows? It's just like the nerves of these players. So they have a few skirms in the queue. We could have played infantry ourselves, although I think that the knight's play was really nice. As a twist, we were just lacking the unique tech. We didn't upgrade that ever, I don't think. Which would have given this extra armor to our knights. Also, usually people don't do those upgrades. Like bloodlines and husbandry is not as important as having a knight on the field to begin with. They are very systematic with their scouting in general. Alright. They have nice farms in place. They're constantly chasing our units. And this is idling their eco very much, given that I think they are the town layout that they have is superior to ours. Yeah, we have all these production buildings mixed in between. This castle could have been closer, and now we could still be producing villagers if we weren't too busy trying to stay alive and harass their eco. But this is nice because now they are forced to react to things every now and then. We probably lose these units very fast. So all of a sudden we have gotten 22 villager kills. That's of course something that should not happen. So we have villager lead despite the fact that we have been really... This castle should have been there on the hill to harass their castle and all that. Although I don't know if we would have been able to build that if that was the case, but they have queued more villages, we have not. And then we are going to have a little rough time because these units are quite good. Just making a little bit of damage. But that was probably enough so that the town center could stand, I think. And now we still have few more villagers, but we are not... Oh, and we also have a... This is terrible. And then the mangonel ran there instead of running to the castle, where we could have perhaps saved that. And the next one gets lost as well. That was a very underwhelming moment. And we only have added one more villager as well. We just got conscription, but this is not really working for us. Not all too well. So the village number is even. They are still producing, we are not, and we are really struggling with our unit composition and what have you. Then this castle is nice, sort of, but and we get more village kills, and we also push them away from that gold. So now they get to take this if they want to. But we have had quite nice map control all these years. But this we should stop. Like even if it's just send a few surgeons out or something. But we are not really paying attention, so this is going to be a disaster. Then they are moving out, we could have seen that. Oh yes, so we got one trebuchet down, so that's good. And we still have a slight villager lead. This castle is not really very useful, but at least they saw that it's happening and knew to run away with some of the villagers. So we didn't actually get any kills. But at least they decided that they need to push us instead of cleaning the corner There we could have visited. We could have paid a visit there. We are not really awake, even though we have lost the visual. More kills, but now it's evening out quite fast. So the town center goes down 52 to 25, but it's gonna rise soon enough. And the trebuchet is down, and now the push is sort of dead, even though they have enough power to keep on pushing. Now, if we paid more attention here, we wouldn't be sending the rams first. And then, do we have? Oh yeah, no, they have all the upgrades. We are still lacking the infantry upgrade. That would have helped a bit, at least. It's +2 or how? Yes, oh yeah, because they get the double here, so that's why they have +4 armor. We only have +2. We could have had +4, then it would have given us. Well, it would still be 12 damage per hit. But it wouldn't be 14 as it currently is. I like the fact that they are respecting our castles. So that corner is now empty. They have some people living there. The castle is almost down. This push is sort of not very important. And we are going to lose these units because we are not fighting as a group. Meanwhile, they are also killing our villagers at least. Well, I'm happy for the fact that they were also struggling eco-wise. Would have been nice to harass some of those people, but we have collected quite much resources. But now we are really falling behind, and it's just the rebooming that saved us. These there would have made a difference, sort of. So now we are again trickling units. Our village numbers are even for once. This was a really important visit. There we could have gotten rid of these barracks a little bit faster. But they are also busy there, so they have resources, but they are not queuing. And now they are adding pikemen, which is not very... Well, they have resources, so why not? And we had scouts, so it makes sense, of course, but they could have some 10 more units on the field. And now they are down to 30 villagers, and that's going to hurt them. So even though they have food still, I wonder whether they are going to use the market to make this work. Oh yeah, that seems to be the case. And that's why they switched to pikemen, but hold on now. So they never studied the corner, even though they were in the corner at one stage. They are on their last leg now. So the rams go down, sorry, the trebuchets go down. And they are sort of cleaning us again. But losing few cold units again. They have some troops over here. And so now they think they have cleaned us, even though we are in the corner and we are still doing some business over here. And also we are going to snack the relics quite soon. And now the lumberjacks are there. 8 more villagers in the queue. So the score was lying a bit because of the playstyle. So we are nearing the 5k difference, score difference, which usually implies that it's time to tap out, but luckily we knew our situation. Oh well. I wonder whether we hit the difference, 18.5. Because now this is very potent, this army of theirs. Oh yeah, and the relics are disappearing while they are building the monastery. That's fun. Alright. And there are more horses, and the food production halts again. But we are quite even in villagers killed. That's fun. We have our own trebuchet. That's left with very little protection, sorry. But now finally the obelisk are and the castle help as well. But we have enough of a mass that is very difficult. And this is just a finishing touch. Well, I'm not sure. They don't need to. I don't think they wouldn't need to. Yeah. And those were the villagers. I think they were that slower player, perhaps. Did they ever queue? No, they did not. Had they had a stable, they could have played with light cavalry a bit, I think. Oh, they had. They just never really did. But yeah, now it doesn't really look too fancy because they have... Yes, we still have some things going our way. Well, that's a sad idle villager. And we have 4 times the villagers. That was quite long and curious game. But I wonder what would have happened if they had a proper forest there. Like this. It's still 2000 wood. So they would not have had to move out as aggressively as they did. But this was sort of a wood game then. Alright, nice rebooming, if that's to be tolerated. Then I'm happy for the fact that we managed to. They still got the kill death ratio, but 5,000 relic cold. And they didn't pick the one that they had in the corner. Perhaps the relic cold then saved us in the end. And yeah, they were that slower, so might explain why they weren't as eager to just move around and follow our or react to our moves, perhaps, if that's again suitable to say. Now I'll have a short break and have a discussion with the cat. We'll be back. See ya. Alright, we are back. Won't have too many matches anymore. Take that as a promise. But now that I've played some with the cat, I still feel incentivized enough to also have my share of it. Some people, I presume, are humans. Gods. Usually that would mean infantry spam. Magyars, I would expect. Oh. Okay, well, let's not do that then. A nice looking map. Rail. Gold found and out of sync detected. But we don't have any new patches. I'll just check that real quick. Just in case. What? This is 65% sale currently. So anyone who doesn't have the game should buy it right away. Spread the word. So how do I now can make it run without? Okay, so we go to the library, yes, then we stop it of course, and then December the 2nd. Alright. Well, who knows? Good thing is that I now notice that we have this on a break text on screen as well, so that's now fixed. We also have a cat who would very much enjoy playing some more, so that's even more of a reason to stay tuned. I just took a glance to this map pool. So we must emerge from the... Oh, but yes, we have had... And we are playing against... Way. So there have been a few different approaches we've taken so far. Good luck, have fun, yes. We have stayed in the pocket, that's been a way. And Scrawny. And right, villagers for economic upgrades. We could expect cavalry from them, right? But how realistic is that then? I don't know. Well, we could also be pushing the ostriches, but perhaps we don't have to be that efficient. In any case, we have been really active trying to control the map, and then we've been really passive. Both are very good ways in general, but I think we have still lost most, if not all, of the games. Oops. So they are lumberjacking over there. It would be nice to have some map presence. Could we have that? Let's just think. We could mill the sender later on. Have some spears out. Burgundians are not bad because we get all sorts of upgrades, right? That's not worth it, but let's do it anyway. I think the real timing, the correct timing would be on our way to the next age. Oh, sorry. It's terrible, especially given that we had so much food we were carrying with us. Okay. So few ostriches we have. Alright. Extra house would be great. Let's take those before our opponent takes those from us. Just in case they are scouting. So we could move out with a few villagers, perhaps. We could have a second lumber camp over there. And do we have enough food? Not really. Okay, so loom and up is the plan. Is it a good enough of plan? I'm not quite sure. Well, it wasn't a terrible one. Okay, so then we could move out to take that hunt if that's still. Let's leave the deer be. Dun, dun, dun. Too bad we were hit. But perhaps that's also alright. So we could prepare for some farming to take place eventually. We could also mill that. I am not quite sure. You go to the line, you go there. And we could build a barracks and have some spears out. Do we get that as Burgundians as well? That's terrible. So we lost one somewhere, but I can't remember where that was. One deer, I mean. Okay, and then we could have few farms just in case. It's not a very good house, but that's where we built it. And then we will just wait for this path that we take sometimes is the worst. We wait for the barracks and then we will be very happy. There we have it. Oh, this, there, that. Good. Few more villagers. Let's see what they're up to. Well, they don't have a loom, and that's very weird. Few Flemish militia, and that's how we spend our gold. And then, oops. Then we could run back home. Right. We could move down here to take this gold. Right. Right. Houses. Not bad. So I sort of thought that we are in a good position, but I'm also a little hesitant to call that a sure thing. Okay, so we destroyed their scout, so that's good. And we can see that they have some gates in place. They may have clicked up to the next age if they know how to play the game. At least that's how I read the situation currently. And do we just enjoy the life as it's supposed to be enjoyed? Why not? Okay. Let's see if there are anywhere out here. Stone walls, that's not really something that you would expect, I think. And that gives me that they have a plan. No matter how terrible for us the plan might be, it's probably not their problem. And after this is all done with, we could move some of you there. Some of you could go. What? An archer? That's not really very fair. You could go there, because why not? And then you could build yourself a farm. Right, will they be having... Oh, we need buildings. So one more villager and then up we go. Alright, then we are a little late with this Hmm. So you better run. Oh, and we should have clicked up some time ago, I think. Few scams would be great. How many is it actually? At least they are moving out before it's too late for us. Okay, so let's move out there. Alright. And you could move out there, but let's build let's build us instead. Oh no. Well, that's terrible. Lion is chasing us and everything's terrible. Now the lion gets a kill, which is of course very fun, sort of. Ballistics already? Oh, we may have lost a few villagers in the process. Okay, so how do we get map presence now? Well, we need some more people to... Okay. Let's build this first. Then we are going to have elite skirmisher, which is great. Flemish militia, squires is nice as well. Perhaps a few Flemishes wouldn't be too bad. Oh, I don't... They're making things sort of easy, but of course it's not actually. Some more stone. Their boom is probably a little bit better than ours, given that they have expanded outside as fast as they did. Alright, well, this is cool. Enjoying life we are. We could build a defensive castle here or something to have some feel good. Also the case is that we have... Let's scout this a bit. I'm having a bad feeling about their build-up. This would save us some resources in the long run. This... could be handy too. So where is their castle coming up then? What? They just there. Alright. We could move back here. Can we escape the wrath of the lion? Hmm. We don't care about that too much. We could build this just to have some protection just in case. And then some extra skirmishers. Oh! Ain't that just great? Some costeliers. It's good. And then be a farmer as well. And ballistics would be great, but it's gonna take some effort. Alright, let's just move out real gently. Ballistics, and is it up a clock then? Not really, we need more things. And then we could have an additional castle. Perhaps it's time to build it here. Just to take it slow. Alright, then we could try to push them, giving the idea that we have very clever plans. Could keep the build up going for some extra time still. And the Costeliores could be there taking care of this. This would be actually more important. Oh, hello. Okay, so now we need barracks and we need them fast. Alright, and what's this? Farmers, yes! Gold is just the greatest. Is that not the case? Pew, 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 pew. Extra HP, extra building speed. All this is very handy. We don't have too many farmers now that I think of it. Perhaps we could try to change that. Dun, dun, dun. No. We have some lag. Alright, let's just leave that be. I think they should be switching to the next age soon enough, but I'm not sure if that's something that they want to do or just something that I do want to do. Well, well, well. Let's have just a few barracks just in case. And then it's up a clock for us, right? Well, this is quite fun. This slow build up and everything. So they have castle back home. Yeah, just enjoying life. Well, they are showing up, even though that's not what they're supposed to do, because we would very much enjoy. We need armor and what else? Let's have this defensive fish castle and let's make it quick. Ooh. What an ugly combination they have there. So we don't need university no more. We could probably play with our ranged units. Let's move you there instead. Then perhaps some Castellieres still be in place. Alright, and on they go. So how do we do? We need more people on gold, that's a given. Should have been producing all this time, but I just forgot. You see, I've been having a really rough time. Flemish militia, that's great, but that's not something that we need actually. Trebuchets would be nice, but they probably will just outdo us if we try to enjoy playing with them. I don't know if they are surrounding us or what. Just killing us as they pass by. Well, these are not the greatest, the most greatest units I've ever seen. Meanwhile, they are doing nothing over there. Okay, so let's move our units somewhere back there. Dun, 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 dun. Well, this would be nice. Oh, they have those annoying moving trebuchets. That's not great. Okay, let's go there. And you could be farmers, I think. Oh. University. Extra vision, some archers. Why not? Maybe archery or something that we don't do these days. Gunpowder, architecture, great upgrades. Where is our siege workshop? Right, where is our chemistry? On the way. Oh, sorry. This is really annoying the way they are moving around and about. Oh. Right, and back to work. Everyone do the decree possible. You go there. You go there. It's all very great. Some cannons would be suitable, right? So how do they surprise us then? Since this is such a stalemated position currently. Alright, let's just move over here. Then we should of course move over here with this. All right, because we are repairing. That's a terrible way to spend our resources, right? That's a, sorry. That's also a very terrible way. Okay, get rid of those. Then we could be producing slightly more than we currently are producing. Oh, we are actually destroying some of their... Good. Let's carry on. I'm not sure about this, but let's do it. We could get rid of that. We could have some hussars over here. Oh! Damn it. Flemish militia, I forgot about that. And now we don't have any food. Do we have a market? No, we don't. Okay. Well, let's then just enjoy the little that we do have. Ha! Ah, that's the greatest. Oh, actually, let's cancel some units that we have. And just help with this. So we should be able to clean this up, sort of. Let's cancel this for a while because we need food. Oh, what a terrible play. But well, the fun thing is that we can do that in such a state where we did. Okay, so horses are to be expected. And then if we had some food, in store, let's try to make this work in our favor. Oops. Nope. Don't fight on the castle, very good. Siege tower, that's very handy. We are going to have terrible times in the nearest futures. And it feels like we are actually in a very bad position. Let's go there instead. Oh, get rid of those. Nope, get rid of that. You help against that. Okay, so some misclicks. I should have checked the technology before I before I did that, but well, happens. Okay, so let's just stay over here. You would come help with that. Then we need more people on farms, but what can you do? Oh. Run back to the safety. That's terrible. Do we still have some units somewhere? So these are units, that's great. What about these units here? Okay, so we have food. You should be farmers, if anything. 26. Oh well. This is terrible. The great stalemate. Okay, so Flemish militia costs food. Clink, clink, clink. We should have taken a better care of our siege, that's a given. A few people and gold would be nice, and then da 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 da. And actually these farmers will produce gold, so that's great. Well, the only thing we need is some what is it? They can't have too many units alive either. Oh yes, let's use the siege tower trick now. This has been a very cheesy game already. Why stop here? Right, so in we go. Maybe we can move somewhere like there, for example. You could move out there to save us some. You could move somewhere like there. Hello. How do we do? What? It's just there. Okay, so let's repair it some. Just in case. Right? And then back to the farms we go. We are doing some... Oh! We were... Oh. It wasn't a mandatory thing, so... No worries. No, I don't know what happened to our very beautiful siege tower, but it's gone now. Back to work. So now we need more people on wood all of a sudden. You could all be lumberjacks, and what about you? Have some over here as well. Did we ever? No? Okay. Let's try again. Okay. So how do we come back from here? We need people on wood. And now we are playing this game like the pros would. Costeliers, they are great. So they got Hussar. Right, so let's go there. They won't last for long. Now we have the Hussar back in our base. So I think Hussar are terrible against this. Sorry. Here we go. Very good. And then the only thing we need is a cannon or two. And then we just have to focus on keeping it alive. You could come here, help against this. Ooh, skirmishers! Been a while since I saw you the last time. Do we still have some units here? No, we don't. Alright. Oh, cannon, that's alright. Da 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 da. Right, and then what we need is someone who does not hesitate. To use these sorts of powers. You could move here. And we could have some archers again, some extra cannons. Why not? And where was that? Here. Alright, let's take this gold for a change. And we could move over here. Well, that's just terrible. The way I'm treating these beautiful units. But well, let's try again. Because currently we are the ones who have sort of a commanding position, I would like to say. Not perhaps a very commanding in many ways, but oh ho, Yazilian skirms. Alright. Well, if that's the case, then this is how we are going to respond. When we have all the unit upgrades we might be wanting to. But we already have enough. Let's just build a few stables of our own, then let's make it 4. Da 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 da. Just follow my lead. Some onagers would be great. And then we have skirms of yes, the great skirm fights we have. Alright, so let's move here. Your mission is to protect that, of course. Oh, yes. This is how the game is played, you see. Alright, so they have a superior number of skirms currently. Perhaps a single cannon just to control them off a bit. Back to farms, sorry about the delay. You would be farmers as well, back to work. Some custodieros are doing the work, putting in the effort. Perhaps this relic would be nice as well. 81 villagers already, so we are slowly getting there. And then what do we have over here? More Hussar coming in, that's great. Exactly what we need in this world and time. Alright. So perhaps you could repair this. Well, actually, why not? Well done, good monk. Sorry. So where would we want to build the next castle then? On this hill? Well, it doesn't protect too much. Don't have too many resources left, I don't think. Oh, we have some units over here. Alright, that's great. So let's just move out over here. Sorry about this. It's my bad. Then perhaps a cannon or two would be great. Right. Well, let's just move over here. Huh. Well, that's rather nice. How do we do over here then? Not all do well. So let's just hide over here if possible. And how do we get rid of these? And do we care about these losses over here? Not necessarily, no. Not necessarily we don't. Oh, that's too bad. So to the safety you run. Just microing the best they can, they are. And that's all we need. Then we could perhaps build a few units of various values. Oh, back to work, sorry. My bad. Let's just run there with the little that we have. I don't think there's much else that we need. Could have saved some gold units of ours if we paid some more attention, I think. Well, this is a little risky now. Oh well. You. Combat towers. Well, that's an idea. Let's just stay over here. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. So they have a plan, and what is that plan then? Filling up the forces they are, and we again. That is just the greatest, no. And we might need a few extra stables again. And a few extra houses. Let's just get rid of these first. And then we have just traction trebuchets to worry about. Again. Da 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 da. The only sad part was that we had a Flemish militia just when we were about to break them. Yes, 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 yes. In my humble opinion. That is. Let's kill that. Da 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 da. Villager first. Da 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 da. What sort of unit composition might do the work here? That's the age-old question. Sorry. Da 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 da. So we have all the upgrades. That's not too bad. And we are slowly losing the little extras that we did have. Some cannons still, but it's very expensive and very difficult to keep alive. Oh, but you're supposed to fight, sorry. My bad, my bad. Happens, you know. Back to 50. Alright. GG. Thank you for your time. Good luck next. Scrivny 12. We could have taken slightly better care of our core units, I think. I am quite positive that they had the army mass at some stage, and then we needed to hold our stick to our plans, yes, and hold our troops together. And what have you? But the happy thing is that we didn't win with the Flemish militia. I think we even... Well, if we had planned that slightly, I just should have remembered that's the tech. Just a second. Alright, so what I think was that they took a better care of their cold units, and then that's probably that. Whereas I'm just trickling units left and right. Screw me. Also, we tried every unit there is in the game. I'm not quite sure. Just like that, we are 10 villages behind. Oopsie. So they have some 10% more resources collected. Now we are even in village numbers. But we never really got... I don't know if scorpions would have been suitable. In any case, we took losses that we didn't really need to have. And the trebuchets should be a tool against them, but I'm not quite sure of that either. And perhaps I'm not focusing too much or too well. It feels to me that they are mostly just like that they are not watching their eco too much. Eco kills 3 to 4. They're just following the good advice of some professionals that you should keep the army under control, and if you do that, then you are going to be in a very good position. Now we are leading in this. Like moving here with the cannons, losing them, and then finally getting rid of 2 of those tracks and trebuchets. Still, it's like, and this system only like this is very neat and all, but if I had planned for it, it would be quite different. But well, perhaps there is a statement that could be made that if we did not do this, since our army numbers were 0, and it's a fact that we now got 90 head army was very important. But I'm excited to see how much this actually stall the game, because they have 10,000 wood, so their eco balance is terrible. Whereas we have 0 of everything, so that's very much better. But now the only thing that we needed to do actually was to have some cannons and then keep the army around the cannons so that we could protect these. Because we had enough skirmishers, I think. Alright, well 10 is not very much, but still we had such a number of skirmishers that we could still fight. But let's see how this proceeds. Because I think if we also the siege tower was a little wasteful, and then we are going to lose cannon. They are down to 30 villagers. Alright, so that explains the pause. But because they had so much resources, they are even currently, because we haven't been able to gather anything for a while. And now the cannons are not quite fast enough to get rid of those castles. Alright, well that's fun. But had we planned for this, we would have had a few more units in the queue already. So they are farming over here. We could have hit that farm if we had like outpost here. We would have seen that there is such a thing happening. But what happens when we do? Oh, we are fighting under the castle. That's not very good. Alright. Well, we tried, and I think we got back into the game sort of around here-ish. But we are working our way back to the game very slowly. A little bit like they are, so... They are not housed. And their raids are just very much... Yeah, way more efficient than ours, and since they had lots of wood, they could replenish their eco quite fast. Now we should have this group of units, we should have had those. Like, this is just a waste of time here. We should be here and shooting with the cannons and protecting those cannons. I think that's like the major thing that could have changed the game in our favor if we didn't throw away our army. Because now they don't have but a few traction trebuchets again, and then they are amassing this number of... Right. Well, this was a very intense game, so that's nice. And now we should have these Hussar fighting against these. So we could have had an onager or two. So we have more villages than they do. But they are housed, so it was not a very stupid idea to get rid of those houses there. And they are again microing really well. Even though they are down to 30, but it's still a few too many for us. 67 people working. Yeah, we should be raiding them like they are raiding us. And we should have a siege workshop and a few surprise onagers, not like the one we had here. Well, it was a very messy game, but we got back to 100 or so villages, so that's great. It was just the fact that we are constantly giving away these coal units, just like that. So that's not very beautiful. They still have little gold left, yes. And these traction trebuchets are really nasty. It's difficult to play against them if we don't have a talent. So Scranny from New Zealand played some 1000 games, it seems, and they have been taking the last few games they've played as way, so perhaps they bought the expansions finally. Good for them. 55 villagers, and yeah, we haven't been able to touch their eco anymore. And even here, like, they almost walked into our trap, but we couldn't make them pay for that. They're just protecting their units very well. Like, even here, even though I know that they wouldn't have to respect our defenses, they still do. Which is a very weird thing. And now we are again even in village numbers. And the Xian Bear Raiders just... We could have had a single onager popping from there. That would have been a very nice thing. That's good. Peak 350. Like, this is like professional speed. Finally. Alright. I'm happy that they found eagerness to play on, and if I ever used villagers to Flemish militia trick again, it would be a very good idea to try to defend our units, the siege units, because then we could have pushed them and won the game, and it would have been a very cheesy game. But now it was very fun because they got to push that back. I think they might have enjoyed that if they have ever watched tournament games where people win with that kind of a cheesy strategy that we tried but failed to pull off. This is quite quite tricky game in a sense that thanks. That I was really struggling to find a composition that would work, even though it might just be that if we had 200 skirmishers like they did, then perhaps that would have been enough. It might not have been very difficult, so if we had some professional playing, then perhaps it would have been a very simple win for them. Lord Koroa. We are Berbers and they are Franks. We would expect scouts from them, and people are tricky sometimes, so perhaps it's not a scouts opening, as we saw just a while ago. Buonuate. So it's Portuguese. Then what is crazy beautiful? It's Locamente lindo. That's very important because I met a person who knew just that set of words in English, and it was sort of fun. They were able to say something's crazy beautiful, and that's that. Right. So we have all the herdables, and it's time to think of our future real seriously. So we have a second board there. We have gold all over the map. That's not gonna be an issue because we will have some map control of our own. Ideally. That's not something that we can really promise, of course, but that's just a monkey. Everything's nicely under control here, but let's take the boar. There's a pond even. Lord Koroa. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Old school lure. That's neat. No, that's their berries, right? They are on the berries already. Good for you. They even have a relic right next door. Let's have one more on wood and then carry on from there. You could move there. Sorry. This is not really very perfect. Oh, well. So we have the beginnings of a house wall. We will do a lowland. We will change the age Although we are a little late to that. Try it after these messages. Alright, and then once all of these are over and done with, we will find something else. Like this struggle. Should we just fast-ish, castle-ish this thing? We have camels, right? We have faster moving villagers. So camel archers against their... Well, at least they are fair and they don't steal that. We can appreciate that. So what about their approach? Alright, so they have militia out and we will just work it like this. Although we have made some mistakes, but that happens every now and then. So now it would be very nice to have enough. Gold for a mining camp. Alright. And we also don't have enough food to actually click up. Well, we are here to learn. What other bonuses did we have? Stable units are cheaper, that's great. Oh, Janitor. We could be playing with those, since they are very fun. We don't have too many people on food. So that's sad. But in a tolerable fashion. And where is their militia then? They should be hitting us if they want to. They can't be in the barracks anymore. And so they have an archer range. It's very weird. But I'm new to the game, so it sort of makes sense as well. So there's the scout. Right, so we're all farmers now. Well, it was a nice attempt from us. Could have worked. And then we will just... You go there and then you go there. Because they are coming. Right? So let's go. Nice blocking with the scout. They know what they're doing. Alright, and there we go. Oh, they're just rotating again. Do they have archers already? Oh, sorry. Bad. It probably would make sense to have some upgrades in place, but archers, my arch enemies. So that's great because now we get to play with the genitors. Da 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 da. We don't have enough food. Should we buy ourselves a second thousand? Perhaps that's a solid idea. So let's do that. And then we could have it here, for example. Or yes. Then a few more villagers would be great. Let's see if we are able to make this happen before it's too late. Oh well, actually we don't need quite as many villagers. This would be nice. So adding to the numbers, but why? Right? Did they just go home? Feels like they should plan for a castle drop or something, but especially since Frank's castles are cheaper, so a castle here would be great. Oh. And this is where we would be very happy to have a few houses, so, but we already have some under construction. Did they just go home? Is this something that people still do? Like, do they know how to play the game? All these things are very surprising to me. Well, then we could have our own units of various sorts. Let's have this to be able to get some relics. Hello, cat. There you go. Oh, relic right next door. Another one over here. And then a university, why not? This could be a very clever, fast imp approach. So is it a castle that's coming up next? This would be a nice place for that. And what sort of units would help us against that? Janitors would be great. I still think that's the case. Faster moving units, that's a very good idea. So let's move here to have some extra vision. So they may be booming on their own. Running, that's great. Knights. Right. Well, knights all that we need basically, because then we can very easily perhaps convert them. Or what do you think? Alright. Alright, so this is working exactly the way we would like it to work. Right, so what's happening over here then? Well, that was a little sad, but not the end of the world. Just when we were doing some very important things, you see. Right, so back there you go. Back to work, everyone. We've been doing very well. So let's go there. We could heal this up a bit. So some monks we may have lost, but the gist of it is that we are doing a very good job, so no worries, you can help your friends a bit. Thank you very much. A few more knights would be great. good as well. Yes, 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 yes. Stable. Thank you very much. I'm not quite sure why we are there, but that's alright. We will learn when the time is right. Now they may be booming just slightly more than we are currently. Canals would be nice. And all sorts of things would be rather nice. If you don't think about it too much, just a little. Oh, they have plus. Oops, sorry, my bad. So that's a siege workshop, but that's not. Back to work. A castle. And then need help over here. What a horde of knights they have. And all those units that resemble them so. We could have a few. Back to work, sorry about that. My bad. Oh no. It's going to be a quite terrible situation indeed. Meanwhile, they are also very aggressive over here. I don't know how, but they probably have some sort of a gene that helps them with these sorts of plays. Right. Da 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 da. It's very slow. %. Back to work, back to work. Very good. And then a few stables. Sorry. A few houses. It's very good. It's just like they knew how to play the game. here. So why not? And then what do we do? Hmm. Let's just leave that be for now. Da 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 da. Here we go. Then we should probably respect those slightly more than we have been respecting them in the past. Farmers. Still too much. Oh, sorry. Here we go. Here we go. Right, back to work. Oh, we have very nice army of. So you take that. You take this. This. That. That and that. Oh. Well, my bad. Well, it could have happened in any case. Rookie mistakes sometimes. GG. Thank you for your time. Good luck next. So we just let them boom, and boom they did. I don't think it was very complicated. Double market. No. Lord Korroa says thanks. Good night. Likewise. From Brazil. They've been playing Franks a bit. Perhaps I made certain. We had even more eco here. Yeah. Just should have respected the knight's play and perhaps play units in general. And then especially once we these are the sort of things that people are playing at ELO 1000 and then they still know how to feed the herdables. One by one. Scout is very nice area for themselves and what have you. We have 1 minute of idle time already. But perhaps they are just rising in rank. Yeah, well they hit the low 800 during the summer and then they've played some time. Reached 1.17. Perhaps we could have sent a few units. Even building houses next to the map. Perhaps there was a hole. So we are quite much behind in eco. Destroying lumber camp and building 1,000 in its place. 10 village lead. But they have had quite much quite more efficient eco than we have had. In they go and then they retreat. Auto scouting, perhaps that's what shows you that we are still talking about a player who's 1k elo. And yeah, we were at 2000 healing their units and all. Yeah, I don't think like, losing 3 monks to knights without a conversion shows that we may have been a little bit out there. Perhaps they have devotion to support them a bit too. But still, 50 more villagers, that's great. We are still getting a lead in. Could we have just played archers? Perhaps we could have. At least we prepared that some, but then decided to. No, we have lost some 20 monks probably already. Just very sloppily, some might say. Perhaps that's where we started losing the game. If we had a chance earlier, then and we probably had a chance, but it's just not really using the monks. And then when we had the monks back here, probably somewhere around here-ish, we are just using. Oh, now we have queued 11, alright. So we are not really using them as was seen there. And now our eco starts suffering. If we had a mass of archers, which we could have, instead of playing this trickle of camels, and this might also be slightly different. And these janitors, they could be somewhere else. This castle could have been there to just protect our eco. We didn't need to rush it forward like we did, because we still had the village lead, so we just lacked army. So that's great. Castle here and then or castle here and then just Imperial Age. Because now we did absolutely nothing with that. And it was a very simple game for them. Like, of course they played very well, but also they didn't have to do any magical moves. So what do? They queue up more knights? Not really. They just upgrade the knights. And then we also spend all the conversions on single unit. 22 monks. That's nice. And then 8 knights that we converted and 7. Where do we have those then? Here. Right, well, we could have used some of those earlier. It was a nice idea. And well played by all parts present. Yeah, they were slightly slow, so perhaps that's how the game ended up being the way it was. Alright, short break. We'll be right back. Right. I think being Berbers, had we saved the resources for the Imperial Age, we could have had 10, 15 camels, which would have been enough against those knights, and the odd pikemen here and there as well. And we are treated with non-Arabias, non-arenas. Students, the one of them greatest farming civs. I've come to know this. Let's not be too excited. Vietnamese, they play archers. They could be something. They could have something else in mind as well, but that's at least something. So farms are cheaper. We have an elephant. Alright, let's try to play this one feudal then. For a change, because we have had quite a few long games. Nope. Oh. What can you do? Some idle time, not the perfectest lure ever. We have some rabbits as well. Alright. Can we try to have Dark Age pressure? How does that work? We need someone. Is 3 or 4 on wood. Quite a few people we need. And then we would want to have in barracks quite soon. But should we have a barracks before we have a lumber camp? Perhaps? It's all of would make sense. I think. Oh, sorry. Still takes a while, but not for too long. And the sheep is somewhere there, but oh, that's there. Alright, so we have not found them, but we haven't been looking at the minimap either. Not too much, because we are very busy doing other things. Then 2 militia, because that's how much gold we would have. And then we could have a meal or something. Let's mill this first. And then there's the sheep. Alright. We are set for life, so where is our opponent? Our town center is somewhat apart from the corner or the edge. Let's take the risk. Almost a perfect turn, but then it was not. Right, so let's go there. What's this forest? Oops. Well, that's a very nice, very wallable forest if I ever saw one. So good for them. Few more villagers and hello. They have loom already, so this is not gonna be too effective. So let's go there instead. I wonder whether they are milling also. Do we have enough? Also elsewhere. So we did not find their hunt. What are those rabbits? So there's gold, that's great. It's not a very good farm, let's try again. Oh no. Run! And then let's try again as well. It could have been the most perfect farm and I just couldn't picture that in my head. That happens sometimes. Few pikes, although it is Vietnamese, so it should be archers, right? So that's a secondary wood line. There's the second mill. They have walls in place soon enough. Let's not play scouts, but will this work? We would need very many more people. Hello. Almost. But not quite. Alright, so they know that there's range incoming from us, and we know that well, no, very little. Some wood would be nice. So let's prioritize that. Okay, so oh, and a stable. Alright, so could we then just play stable ourselves? Mass archers would be great if we have enough of a mass. But in a defensive fashion, so it's still in place, alright. Walls are unfinished. We have all sorts of clever upgrades. We don't really need gold then, so we could just prioritize different things. Let's move there with you. Now they're still there. That seems to be the case. Sorry. Alright. So let's just have archer scouts. Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright. Run! Few spears just in case. And the archers could move here. Well, this seems to be quite enough. Right, back to work you. You'll go take care of that. Oh, sorry. Alright, so that's something, and then we could have a few more. Sorry. We are not really doing a very good job here. Alright, so it's time to counter attack now. Since we don't know any better. And then there is a chance that they are already up as well. Who knows? But we will find about that. So archers. There should be walls, of course. Now I think it would be a weird thing if they were not up. Did they have fletching? Right, and there we go. Knights. Would that be something to be expected. Right. I see nothing. There's a scout. Alright. Hmm. Alright. So, some scouts can be seen. Then we have enough wood to build a few thousand soon enough. We only made a few knights. That's weird. Okay. Still have sort of enough to make something happen. So stay put for a while. You could go there. You could go there. Perhaps you two could go there. So Townsend there, of course, and then another one there. Why not? Oh, stone. Right, because of the... Yes, well, that was my bad. How much is it? 175, alright. And now we don't have enough people and wood. Alright, well, it's just a matter of time. So we lost some in the process, but that's to be expected. And then we just need more people before we run out of... Oops. 2 knights of our own. Better pikes, yes. And then, ooh, the stone. Makes me think. Alright, let's go. No, let's go there instead. Oh, no, let's go there. That cannot be really very good. I think again. So ballistics would be nice. We don't need scout, but few knights would be good. And then we will just press on. Da 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 dum. there was a spear to keep guard. Alright, well that was quite nice. 300. If we make that a reality, we could. Then could we move you guys over here somehow, if we really tried. Alright. Then more of the same. This is a little risky wood line now that I think of it. Let's see if we can get the relic in. This one could be doable. Extra vision would be nice. Let's take some control if possible over here. Nope. So here we go. Right, nothing happening at home. Let's just go there, you go there. Oh! This is the greatest. Now we feast. Alright, some upgrades would be nice, and some more units. Why not? I don't think we were supposed to get... Oh! Well, we still have this very brave knights doing the work. Putting in the effort, that's great. Hello. So how do we do over here? Oh, more holes. Okay, well this is very terrible. And I'm not even them. Right? So then we will build a castle over here. Hope for the best. Sorry, you could guard them a bit. So, light cavalry. There's a certain unit and then we have others. Let's have this there, just to get some extra. Alright. GG. Well, that was fun. Oh, they had outposts there as well. I think it's just a little bit late, and even our villagers are on the wrong side of the castle. Just if they were to have their army in position, outposting all over the map, so they perhaps saw us approaching. It's exciting to see. Have we faced Sidvi before? From Mexico. 400 games they've played. And Vietnamese on Arabia seems to be a strong one, or at least one they are happy to play with. Alright. So what did we learn? And yes, here are the stats. Yeah, well, they could have had a nice game if we did not manage to use those few holes they had in their wood lines. So they move till the rabbits run away. And then they take short distance straggles or scrubberies to be able to build a lumber camp. So that's how they get food in fast. Which is alright. Then it was fun that we were able to... We could have also denied some of that, but that's the reason why they didn't have anyone on berries, because they didn't need that. That's the slowest source of food. So, and then it would have made sense for us to scout that actually they have another mill, so we are not even keeping them from upgrading their things, even if we were able to. And then we are also misplaying this a bit. That happens sometimes, so no worries. Archer skirmishes, then they see the archer range, and that's stats. Well, this is a risky wall, so we can already see that there's going to be problems later on. Idle 1000 at a time is quite even. And we just managed to notice that they're coming in. But this was really nice. We should have seen that alarm there. But luckily it was just an archer and a skirmisher without fletching, so... I think this was still quite nice given their investment. But they have plenty of food, so it's just a matter of focusing on things that they need, like in this case using the market or okay, well, so that's what they did. All right, so their timing was perhaps a bit thrown off by some of these happenings. Yes, so save for the gold. They should have plenty of... Okay, so one extra skirmisher and spearman perhaps to stop this. But they only have one stable, they probably should have two, and then just huge number of... And here we are. We could be, for example, killing the lizard and then harassing the villagers, but well, we can't manage everything. The eco kills are just 2-0. Now they should have a few knights out already, but they are focusing on cleaning their base first. And perhaps they now start to move out. Okay, so monastery to But this is a surprisingly large number of cavalry archers. 8 already. And we were just lucky that we almost patrolled. And actually, of course, it was... But they only have fletching, they are lacking the armor still, and they don't have ballistics, and neither do we, but they shouldn't have stayed here. That's not a battle that they can really win, I don't think. But they still have a nice mass. Problem, of course, is that there are no places where they can hit. Well, save for the cold here on the back. And if it wasn't for our counter attack, we should be queuing more villagers. We have 6 minutes of idle TC time already. This is not a very simple game, as you can see. So the spear gets killed, but they don't realize that. And we will lose the knight, but we will kill most of the cavalry archers in any case. Oh well. There's only 3 more. So that's not really a very potent force. But they are outposting really nicely. So they should have an idea of our moves. But still we managed to sneak from the darkness. Alright, and here it's starting to turn. They have 3,000 food, so it's just a matter of spending it. 2,000 is only now. Yeah, alright, so we made the right call. Although I don't know if we had focused. This knight, for example, could be helping a bit, but had we focused on the army, would we perhaps have had 15 villagers lost. Could we have saved our army? This is a nice little catch there. And we have double the villagers now. And we are coming from the front gate to protect. Oh, there was a lumberjack there. Didn't notice. Then there's a hole, and again we are fighting under the town center. So everything is very much idle. But we are still surprisingly even in resources gathered. So they have a quite nice eco. Then the villagers arrive again, but barely in the line of sight. And once they get rid of this... And this is sort of a bad castle now that I think of it. It could have been right next to their walls. But I didn't know that they had such a great vision, because then we could have denied the main gold of theirs, and then they would have only had this secondary gold. We were a little hesitant with this one. But some improvements here and there, because now we had an army to help in case there were some problems during the trip. And then they realized that they only have 30 or so 40 villagers alive. That was rough. But it seems that they were also taking it slowly, so no harm in that. But if we compare our last game and the previous game before that, then now we managed to apply some pressure, and all of a sudden it actually did produce... Oh, on a break? Well, that's a lie. We've been on a break for quite some time now. Luckily it's a very transparent text, so shouldn't affect us watching. quality, yes. Koreans. Makes me think that we may be nearing the end of the stream slowly, because our brains are not where they were supposed to be. Da 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 da. Isaac Seppelli. People are just great. So what do Byzantines do against Koreans? We have more HP, we have very cheap trash. Everything's great when you're Byzantines. So could we try to play this sort of fast again? We will build a lumber camp again. Perhaps this Dark Age move might be fun. Ugh. It's weird in a sense that they managed to let the small trees be a feature and not... well, I'll correct my claim. It's weird that small trees was not an inbuilt feature when the game was released, because there are some things that are quite tricky. Like there's tree somewhere. And still people played some before there were modding capabilities to that extent. Nope. So then we would like to have a barracks. So let's see where they are at. Perhaps you could build it and then bring the boar in. Waferinte. Dum dum dum, yes, 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 yes. Very good. So 2 militia, no visuals of them as of yet. And although it's partially because I haven't been... What? Chickens? Okay, well that's a very nice target for us then. Oh, well they may have noticed us. Let's see if that's the case. Dun 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 dun. Hello, hello. Too bad that they had such a huge number of. Huh. Well, that's just weird.
Salve. Condo. Fabulo.
Impero, Ain, Impero, Porro, Pugno. Ain, Commita. Pugno. Impero,
Caedo.
Ain, Condo, Condo.
Right, and then what? If we are still alive, we might want to do. So they have walls on the back. Some people on berries. We could drop in a rain stair, right?
Ein.
Let's just move out
Condo. Presto.
and
Condo.
Impero,
add a few farms,
Salve. Condo.
Presto.
and then you could be a coal miner. That would be great.
Salve. Ain, Condo.
You two could have farms still. If that makes sense.
Salve.
Dum 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 dum. This is very weird. Like they are open to this direction, and then they are even walling so that we could reach there. But we don't have.
Presto. Correctus.
Oh,
Condo.
this awkward.
Salve.
Hmm. How do we get more gold? We need some people to. Work for that.
Presto.
Right.
Impero. Condo.
That we could have this. Then we will have a few archers over here. Skirm will do as a start, since it's gonna take a while. And the most important thing is to have just some someone to irritate
Ain, Porro. Sane.
the gold miners.
Salve. Condo.
Ain, Commita. Ago.
So it's Tower of Rock, alright? Still gonna take a while.
Condo. Condo.
So it's a fast castle approach then. So let's apply some pressure to that. There is even a hole.
Ein. Condo.
So even if they do reach the castle age, they should not have too many. Ooh, we shoot that first. Hmm.
Presto. Condo.
No, 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 no. Another tower is that? Alright. Well, I don't really know what to say about that.
Fondo.
Impero.
What was that?
Salve. Presto.
So you
Sane. Venatus.
could take care of that.
Ai,
Oh.
ai, correctus. Caedo.
Sorry.
Impero. Salve. Caedo. Condo.
So let's just optimize that a bit. And we could run in.
Ein. Ago. Ai. Impero. Ein.
You guys need a meal, and then carry on by all means.
Condo.
And then perhaps a few more scouts would not hurt.
Ai. Condo. Presto. Condo.
Oh, well that's too bad. Few scums, sure.
Ein.
Ai. Condo. Presto.
Condo.
So what do they do now that they have reached
Condo.
the royal age of castles? Oh,
Impero. Ein. Condo.
might be a castle, wouldn't that make sense? Right?
Presto.
Um,
Salve.
Condo.
we might want to have a few more farmers actually.
Presto. Sane.
Then so something like skirm.
Impero. Porro. Presto. Ai. Ein. Presto. Sane. Ein. Ago. Commita. Presto. Pugno. Sane. Ago. Ai. Sane. Sane.
More towers, that's great.
Ago. Ago. Ai. Sane.
Right, so they probably have escaped from here.
Ai.
The only thing we need now is
Condo. Condo.
more houses and what's nuts.
Presto. Impero.
Impero.
And
Salve.
Fabulo.
the wheelbarrow was a misplay, but a very valiant one, so why not? So a castle should be expected, I think. Next. And then there's a few more people who might be able to deal some damage.
Sane. Ein. Impero. Presto.
Salve. Impero.
Impero.
Caedo.
So they have 1,000 over here. Two knights would be great. And then
Condo. Salve. Condo. Caedo.
let's have a 1,000 there and there. And
Ein. Condo. 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 Condo.
that villager. Just unbelievable moves. Alright, so few knights we have. We could just roll that, move in from here. And let's take a look around here. Then we need more gold. How much is it? 135. That's gonna take a while.
Condo.
Right, sorry, my bad. So you go there, and you go there. Nice try. It's quite easy to attack these farms, it seems. Okay, so there's the castle. Ooh, so perhaps our cavalry play is not too great. So they have two. Oops. So let's change that for a while and switch back to these. Right. Then we need more people here. Oops. Doing all sorts of other businesses. Where is that? Here? No? Oh, alright. We could give them some relics. And then would be nice if we were. Ooh, let's get rid of that first. That was my bad. You could stay there as well. More relics for them. Might be a little risky. Well, that's great. Okay. Well, that was a close call. So nothing bad is happening back home, so that's very important. Of course, some light cavalries we could have over here. How is our mangonel doing? Not there yet. Okay. And then you could build that perhaps. And you as well. Let's try to add some efficiency to our whereabouts. Ugh. These people. They just dare. And the things that they do there. Right, and away we go. Nope. Right, some more would be great. Nothing bad is happening at our base, so that is good. A few farms would be even better. You could move here, then you could go there, and we are still keeping up with the appearances to a degree, it seems. No counterattacks of any sorts, no. No, well. Okay, well, let's have another one. It feels like we have this firmly in our control, so what may go wrong? They are fighting down here as well. That's not very nice. It's good for us, but it's not, can't be very nice for them. Some more mangonels. This is a little risky now that I think of it. So they have this gold over here. Have they been able to take that? Possibly. Oh, hello. Alright, so that's the place where we will hit them. It's a very nice attempt, but alright, so what happens now is that we'll have this castle over here. And houses. Well, they're even trying to add a new tower. That's not very good for our purposes. It's actually terrible. Then we were trying to hit those villagers, and what did we get? Nothing much. Alright. Up. Alright. Well, we are doing a very nice work over here, it seems. A few more monks would be great. And eventually some camels, perhaps even. But probably it's just archers. Alright, so nothing happening back home, right? So that's at least very nice. GG. It's a very tough corner they're in. Okay, we could have chosen this position as well, if we had scouted a bit more. So we had 3 relics and a monk, and 1 relic more, and and some idols here. They probably had 1 relic from here then. No? What's the flag then? Oh, but yes, I can't see that because I'm an enemy, of course. Good, but very weird game. Perhaps we could have clicked to an Imperial Age eventually. But they've only played some 80 games. Isaac Zeppeli. 90 minutes of Castle Age time. Yeah, and they seem to have had a nice boom underway. Once they reached Castle Age, the pressure was just enough to make that a little awry for them. Okay, second. Pum, pum, pum. So safe for the weird close houses that save some microseconds and this weird mill. But sometimes people do that when they want to. What is the overload? The berries, so the villagers don't stumble across each other as much. This is weird. So they built the mill in advance, and then we show up. They have nice house walls. had they walled, especially since they have this very nice forest. If they started walling the front, then we could... There is an argument that could be made that we may not have been able to steal the mill from them. Right, so it's still a fast castle from them. And there's the tower that slows down their approach. Then we are just a little late for the berries. And then we show up and they buy stone. That's a very expensive start for them. Even now the tower is not front enough. It should be there to protect this to its fullest. But it's doing a very good job because everything's covered by these towers, so we are sort of throwing value away. But perhaps we should have focused on the market because it's somewhat more expensive and they were using that building. Some more towers. Now the blacksmith goes down, they need another one. They have wood for that, so it's not too bad. So they have fletching and they have 2 archer armors already. I didn't check that, but that's the case. And then we are throwing away some resources again. Also idling their eco. Alright, so we were more or less even. We have killed 4 villagers. And we just managed to keep them in check. And there's the blacksmith, presumably. And another market. This castle would have been great there. We didn't have too many people, so I think it would have made sense to make it slightly more aggressive. Then again, it was there when it was needed, when we showed up with our knights. Yeah, probably would have made sense also to invest into a few outposts of our own, just to be able to see when they are moving out like they did here. And then all of a sudden they have a very nice push. If they had some extra gold, they could have also invested in the crossbow. I don't know why they did not. Because they do get it, I hope. But I can't see it. And now they are actually in a... like, army-wise they are in a good position, but they are lacking the powerful units. So they should be producing, I think, war wagons already. And now we are a little wasteful, but this is still a very difficult situation. So they managed to add 5,000 as but this is just too bad. We also invested in the farms and then we are there to harass them. But this is a very nice boom that they pulled off. That they were still able to, like, even though they are in this very tight corner. The problem, they could have just hopped into the tower and ranged all the villagers. Alright, now it's very tricky. They only had 5 of this. Oh well, they had 6. But they shouldn't be fighting us. They should have hit the... Well, it's very risky against the mangonels too. Oh yeah, so what do you do? When you are cornered like this. And then they can see that we are taking their stone. They have no access to gold anymore. Alright, and that's the game then. We also chose the wrong angle because we had this under our control already. We didn't need a castle there. Of course it would have denied some of these farms, but having a castle there would have cornered them even more. So also I don't know if they were saving resources. Had they gone to Imperial Age, perhaps they could have then... Alright, yes. This castle was very good because then they were just about to secure the main code for themselves, and having lost this, it would have been a very nice thing for them. But since they weren't able to really check our eco, and because of our style, the score may lie at times. I'm not sure what the situation was. Okay, so here, well, we are ahead, but not by much. Okay, well, it's a very tricky situation here. Alright. Not a very nice game by our standards, so that's nice progress, I would like to claim. Now, if the cat don't mind, we will have one more match before we go, but I'll let you know in a sec. Alright, we got a permission, so let's progress. Might take some time, but I have a feeling that someone... Oh, well. Let's make it quick. Khmer against Vietnamese. Vietnamese Rattan archers. Would they build a forward castle? Tony might be an old friend of mine, but I can't remember. Let's see what we know about them. Tony from Chile, perhaps. Portuguese they've been playing. And where is our scout? Alright. Running amok as we should. You would go there, for example. Oh. Everything's very tricky. Right, so let's find where they are now that we are here. So we have these rabbits. And a cow that we didn't quite get. Oh, but we needed food. Not bad. Let's see how their walls are. We haven't had it too good success with this breaching the walls. It's very many layers as well, and they are already preparing for our clever. Oh, sorry. How come everything is so difficult? Unbelievable. Well, perhaps this side could be doable. Alright. Right. One villager is quite not enough. All right. And then what?
ត្រឹមត្រូវអ្នកសាងសង់
Right. Hmm. Dum-dum. We could use this.
ត្រឹមត្រូវត្រៀមរួចរាល់អ្នកសាងសង់អ្នកកាប់អុក
Dum-dum-dum. Villagers to build a barracks or something as well.
ត្រៀម
Oops.
រួចរាល់
Another mill would be great.
អេសួស្ដីអ្នកកាប់អុកពាក្យបញ្ជា
Dum-dum-dum-dum. Dum-dum-dum-dum. They also have stone here, so that's very nice.
ត្រៀមរួចរាល់អ្នកកាប់អុក
Ugh.
អ្នកកាប់អុកអ្នកកាប់អុក
And then that's behind the wall, so we can't really hit that. Oh, we could. Okay. That's great. Let's send one more villager and hope for the best. You go there. 19 pop up. Now we should not do too many upgrades of any sorts.
អ្នកសាងសង់ដែរ
Just few people. Dun-dun-dun-dun. We're already wasting too much food.
ត្រៀមរួចរាល់ពាក្យបញ្ជាប្រមូល
Hmm.
ប្រមូល
Making the barracks there. But what can you do?
ចាអេសួស្ដី
So you build us. How did we lose the wood? Hmm. I'm not very clever at times.
ត្រៀមរួចរាល់
So a blacksmith, thank you very much. And then gonna take a while, but actually let's make there. So now we are on a timer because it's gonna take a few minutes for them to click up.
អ្នកកាប់អុក
We don't have enough
សួស្ដី
to get there.
អ្នកសាងសង់ប្រមូល
Do we have enough sources of
ពាក្យបញ្ជា
food even?
អេសួ
It's
ស្
a couple of hundred more.
ត្រៀមរួចរាល់អ្នកសាងសង់អ្នកសាងសង់ចាត្រៀមរួចរាល់
No.
អេសួស្ដីអ្នកសាងសង់
And they may already have.
ពាក្យបញ្ជាអ្នកសាងសង់ធ្វើវាអ្នកសាងសង់
Okay, so 600. What? That's great.
ស្ដីអ្នកប្រមូលអ្នកកាប់អុកពាក្យបញ្ជាត្រៀមរួចរាល់
So you go there. You could come out here, help with that. So is it castle o'clock already? We don't really have buildings to prevent them from doing things that they might want to do. They should know that with Khmer we can cut through the forests in any case. So as soon as we get the castle up. So oh, we also don't need mills for our farms. That's very important. I must remember that. It still looks about right if you do it like this, but alright, so they've seen us go. That's neat. So where is their castle then? Right, houses. Town watch. I don't think so. Oh, but yes, we don't need that. I'm very silly because we get food constantly. So how do we push as Khmer? With our cavalry? Sure. We might want to have additional towns as soon as possible. Still. So let's have one over here, even though it's an ugly one. So there are some. Alright, so they are expecting units. That's sort of weird because you might think that they could play with something else. I don't know. It feels very weird. So it's a skirms war. Skirms are great. Nothing. I'm holding nothing against them, so perhaps we will just have our own set of. Other units, such as welcome. Da, 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 da. So we don't have too many thousanders, for example, as of yet. Could we have some relics still? So their game plan is different from ours. Let's have a few scorpions. One militia to rule them all. And you could go there. Oh, so there's the monk. Well, this is fun. In any case, oops. Queuing up just nicely. What? Well, this is a very Khmer thing to do. Ooh, so they have their own set. So a monk goes down and they should have all sorts of clever things instead. One militia to rule them and so forth. Run! What? Oh, this is just very fun, to a degree at least. But if they are booming better than we are, then this might be a little rough. Have we lost some? Oh, so you got the relic, that's good. And then there's one over there. And you could perhaps get that if we may. If I may be as bold as to suggest such a thing. Well, this is a risky play. One monk down, alright. So what do they have all over the map then? Hmm. Oh, well, let's not go there then. Nice micros they have here and there. Makes me wonder a little, but
Prima move.
Could we have some more monks perhaps? And so they must have some sort of plans because they are very much in the game still. Up. And we don't have much going our way, I sort of feel like. So they are just rejoicing, building their troops, and then it's Imperial Age, and what do we do? So they have shown their cavalry archers. Nothing much else we've seen so far. Right? Perhaps some units could be here helping a bit. If possible, that would be nice. And then just carry on with this building approach of ours. Should be great. Oh, they have elephants of their own. Isn't that just great? Who would have thought? Where is our university? And you could also build us a castle. Oh, this is great. Extra attack for elephants. Would be nice. Well, this is working surprisingly well then. Yes, follow us. Well, we are lacking some upgrades, it seems. I don't know why they don't have those all important upgrades. Protect against these conversions. Alright, this is the funniest time I've had in a while. No GG's, but resignation is still a truthful thing to kill. Okay, so then
But
we almost met them. Well, we were really lucky then that we were floating gold and we prepared these monks in a glorious number. It was a very weird game. I don't think this was a very
បញ្ជា
well played on many fronts, but perhaps they felt sufficiently devotion, sufficiently armless. Yeah, based on the eco, they perhaps should have won them. So what went wrong? Perhaps they had this army in place for a very long time, and then when they finally unleashed that, I would like to think that they waited for too long, but sorry about that. They know how to play with these headables. So the idea is to have them long distance away enough so that perhaps villagers won't move to fetch those, or that they open with barracks. Oh, and they were about to make double barracks. I wonder whether that was a misplay or a response to this. I don't understand why they would be even doing loom. Well, could have been a reflex as well. Even using the markets to get up. Because they have no one on gold, and then they used some gold to research loom. Alright. Now they could be sneaking in a single archer to get rid of this very dangerous looking threat of ours. But I am... oh yeah. Well, they are queuing stuff. But I was surprised that we got up before them. So there's a single townsman that could have been there just to be able to get rid of us again. And we are housed. But that's not too bad. 2 minutes of idle TC time, and they already have also a minute also. But why would they presume... why would they open skirmishes? So they are saving gold. That's a thing. And they might... oh, well, they've seen the spears. So they've seen 2 spears, so it sort of makes sense. They don't have fletching. But they are producing 10 skirmishes means 300 food and 250 wood, or vice versa. So they get this villager kill and now we are pushed away. But it's not a very nice way of getting map control, I don't think. Come here. But if they are expecting ballista elephants, then of course that's a very cheap counter to that. Alright, so they have 20 more villagers than we do. We now have 2,000ers. They're queuing more, but they have a really nice farm placement. And they even dare to move out even though they have not. So we were in time with our siege workshop in this case. And I presume that they will forget to queue up more villagers soon when we are fighting here. So it's 2 and moving back. No villagers in the queue. Microing some more. Whereas we are very, very good at times. We could have used hotkeys for these. And now the militia is making it work. So these are perhaps the small moments where we were able to push them. Because now there is expansion. 7 archer rangers and well, just the one stable, but it's a start. Those could have been farms. And then they don't really have units to defend this. That was a misplay by me. We could have killed those skirmishers even if we didn't turn back. So now the monk is there, enjoying his life, and the archers show up and kill him. This is very weird. Well, their eco balance also, so they could have clicked up already, but they don't have enough gold. Nice splits and everything. Something happens here because we only have a few archers. Oh, because some of them run back. Alright, I don't know if that was on purpose. Perhaps all of them were supposed to do that. They have nothing more cute here. But now this is where they are really passive. I think the pressure is starting to hit them sort of because they are. We could have had a more aggressive castle of our own. We could have denied the stone if we had. Do we see that already? No. But if we moved just slightly further, we could have seen that they are now on stone. I'm curious what their game plan was because I don't see it. Well, with the mass of cavalry archers, that's great. If they had map control. Now they have lost all the relics. And they have a few elephants. But they could be queuing up 30 well, light cavalry at this stage. So now they are hitting the rams, that's great. But it's very risky moving out from the gate. They have the army numbers, so they shouldn't be too worried about this, but they don't want to show that. They are going to get housed because of their very good production. Will they be adding more houses? They are. Now the idle TC time is growing for us, and the castle placement is great, but we are a little late. This is a nice hit. And then also the monks are really well, they demand their focus a bit. That shot was not as good. Well, that was also a little perhaps underwhelming. But the fact that they are focusing, like if the skirmishers were not chasing the villagers, but instead were shooting the archers, for example, and if the elephants were out there. Now we are also actually housing them, almost. But this is also a very daring move, showing the elephants now when we have already shown some of the monks. And the skirms do very little. Like, they are great to have around, but still they are not focusing on these archers as they should. And the castle goes up. And we even have our scout there to harass them. But the rams died. Alright. But they are floating, so they could be producing quite a few units if they so chose. And now they moved out because they wanted to build a castle. And they only have 2 people on gold. That's really weird. So they have gold here, but their idea is different. They're sort of saving that gold, or they don't realize that now. They almost ran away, but then they turned back. This very nasty. And then their own cavalry archers are preventing the castle from happening, and then when it starts, it gets cancelled by themselves. Alright, well, this is very difficult game to play. I give them that much. All the elephants are killing villagers, and we are actually even. They have 10,000 more resources collected for them, and then we just converted them to our side. They could have, with all the stables that they do possess, they could have a few light cavalries, for example, but their game plan was against that. Very familiar am I with that. Getting stuck with my own idea, enabling or being unable to change the course. Because if they did have light cavalry, then our monks would do absolutely nothing, and they should be able to get map control quite easily. But I don't know what went wrong with their game plan. Perhaps they wanted to. The game was so passive, and they thought that they would have time to play this with elephants, perhaps. And then they just needed a huge number of farms to be able to get this huge number of villagers out, and then after that they would move to gold and stone to get the castle, and then it just was too late. What is it that they are researching here? Oh, right. Crossbowman and thumb ring, and then they have 0 on gold. It's sort of like I play the game sometimes. Alright, that was weird game, but I'm happy that we got to win on arena, because that doesn't happen almost ever, as you very well know. And I think that if we are to gain victories, then we have to stutter their play a bit. But we were very lucky that they granted us this a sort of passive play, and when they moved out we had just enough siege to push them back. That they also respected, because they could have probably out microed us a bit there. That's it for today. Thank you for your companies, and we will see in the nearest future. Take care. Bye bye. Och lycka till.